All right, should be live. I started a little early because if you look at the wide field finder scope here, you can see where I've got one last glimpse at Saturn before it goes behind my neighbor's tree. So right now we're actually looking through the tree, but we can still see Saturn and its rings. So I've got the camera is cropped down to a small region of interest just so I can get pretty fast frames. There. So this would be sort of similar to the view that you might get in an eyepiece, where you can actually see the atmosphere sort of roiling and broiling. So this is what they call atmospheric seeing. And tonight it's kind of so-so, about 2 arc seconds it'll smear it around. But even though the seeing isn't great, you can still see some detail in Saturn, clearly see the rings, and you can even see a little bit of the shadow that the planet casts on its own rings, this sort of dark notch right there. And if you also notice, the bottom is a little bit red and the top is a little bit green or blue, and that's atmospheric dispersion. We're looking through so much air that and it's kind of stratified, that it almost acts like a very, very mild prism and starts to separate the light into a very faint spectrum. So the reds tend to dip down and the blues tend to go through. But the view might be even slightly better if it weren't for the tree here that I'm looking through. So essentially what we have going on tonight is I've got a remote control telescope, essentially. So I've got a motorized mount with a pretty fast Newtonian telescope and a camera. And the camera is connected to a little mini PC. And right now I'm remote desktoped into that PC. So what we see here is coming from that PC. So we're essentially watching the live view straight from the camera. And this would be close to what you'd see in the eyepiece. You'd probably actually see more detail and see it better in an eyepiece than this. Right now the scope's not really set up for planetary imaging. But still neat to see regardless. So I mentioned I had the telescope is on a computer controlled mount, and this software here will let me control it. So this is a planetarium, almost like a virtual sky map. And if I go into this mode, it shows my horizon. These are sort of the outlines of my trees that I'm surrounded by. And we can command the scope to look at anything that looks interesting. So there's a bunch of different icons. The red circles are galaxies. The green circle with a line through it is a planetary nebula. So let's check out this one, NGC 6781. We can pull up some information on it. You can double check how big it is. Most planetaries are pretty small, but this one looks reasonably large. So we'll give it a shot. So I just click on it, and then up here there's some control buttons for the scope. I can tell it to move. And now for this one I won't need the really tight region of interest that I had set up. I just have to do some reconfiguration because I had it set up for looking at the planet. So I think we can definitely see sort of a ghostly outline of it right there. So I can apply a little bit of a stretch on the histogram and we can definitely see there's something there. So we can increase the exposure time to try and get a little more detail on it. So I've got it up to 8 seconds or so. And I'll need to readjust the histogram, and you can definitely see there's something there. But right now this frame is completely raw straight from the camera, so it's completely uncalibrated. And if you notice, the edges are a little bit darker than the middle, so a bit of vignetting there. So we can apply a flat frame. So before I started tonight, I took a flat frame, which is essentially a picture of a pure white illuminated surface, so that any deviation in the picture must come from the I think this should work. Basically, you take a picture of a known good flat illuminated surface, so that if there's any difference in it, then you can calibrate it out. So now you'll see the corners are pretty uniform across all, so the brightness is pretty much the same. And then we can apply a dark frame, which is a separate type of calibration that takes care of any issues with the electronic amplification on the sensor, or any hot pixels or stuck pixels. So let's do that. And tonight I took a whole new set of dark frames at a colder temperature than I previously had. So it looks pretty green, but that's just because I don't have this color balanced on the individual raw frames. But we can start a live stack, and once we do that, we can color balance it. I just want to get the name of this one. I'm terrible with the numbers. So this is NGC 6781. And it's a planetary nebula, so it's an older super red giant star that sort of let go of its outer layers and then reignited as a white dwarf. There we go. So that's a little more tamed. The first one always takes a little longer just to get everything in the neighborhood. But so previously we were looking at the raw frames coming directly from the camera as they come from the camera. But right now we're live stacking, so we're accumulating all those frames and combining them into one giant equivalent exposure. It's called an integration. So the longer we sit here and accumulate frames, the better and better the view gets. And if we look in the very center, we can see sort of a faint white star, and that's the central white dwarf that remains after the red supergiant let go of its outer shell. And when that white dwarf sort of reignited, the intense ultraviolet radiation it gave off ionized all that gas that was previously shed. So it essentially fluoresces like a neon sign, and it emits photons, very specific wavelengths. So the red is usually hydrogen, the blue-green is oxygen. So you'll also notice how many stars there are in the background. And if we look at the planetarium, you'll notice that we're in Aquila, and this faint white outline is the outline of the Milky Way. So this planetary nebula is sort of backdropped by the Milky Way, and there's just millions and millions of stars. So even if we zoom out in this picture, you can see it's absolutely chock full, covered corner to corner, and thousands of stars. Even a pair of binoculars, it's fantastic to look at the Milky Way. For any star you can see with your naked eye, you probably see 10 or 20 more per star with binoculars. Let's check out some of these open clusters. So I'm going to exit the live stack, which will take us back to the raw individual frames. And then for kicks, I'm going to turn it on to maximum sensitivity. And I'll apply the matching dark frame for that. I'll give it a little bit of a stretch. So this is sort of a near live view, and this is much closer to what you might see in the eyepiece. So the nebulas are more ghostly, but you can definitely see them visually. This one in particular might be pretty tough and might definitely require a filter because it has a very low surface brightness. But this is kind of an approximation of the visual view. So now let's check out some of these open clusters over here. Now this one is next to a really cool asterism called the coat hanger. And unfortunately it's a little too big to fit in my field of view. But the wide field scope should be able to see it. So if we check the wide field and zoom way in. You might just be able to see crosshairs are kind of blocking it. I'll turn them off temporarily. If you look, there's a straight line of stars and then a curve of stars, and it looks like an old-fashioned coat hanger. And we're looking sort of right off of the edge here. This particular asterism is great for binoculars. It fits right in. But if we go back and check the telescope's field of view, you can see there's an open cluster here. So these are a group of stars that formed in the same sort of stellar nursery, the same collapsing cloud of gas and dust and nebula. And once they've consumed all the gas and dust and blown away what remains, you're left with a clump of stars that are all about the same age, and they sort of move together through space. And the live stacking really helps clean it up. You can see the individual exposures are pretty gritty and grainy and noisy, but if we were to start live stacking, we'll be accumulating signal and that noise will start to decrease. Open clusters in particular are fantastic objects for small telescopes. Even in light pollution, they tend to cut through pretty well. So you can definitely tell that there's a concentrated group of stars there. Let's see if we can get both of these in frame. So right now we've sort of moved from Aquila to Sagada. So here's Aquila down there. The Milky Way continues this direction. And you see the view here didn't update because it's still showing the live stack. So if we exit the live stack, it should show us the raw frames coming from the camera. So here we can see the, I believe that's the globular cluster M71. Yeah, M71. And then there's a much looser open cluster, which I think you can see there. It's a pretty loose one. It's not as tight and bright as that other one. But globulars are a little different than the open clusters. They're usually much, much older and much farther away. They're sort of similar in age to the Milky Way, kind of remnants that didn't quite make it into the disk, and they orbit the galaxy. And the stars are typically much, much older. And not too far from this object, there's a really, really nice planetary nebula. One of the best is M27, the Dumbbell Nebula, or the Apple Core Nebula. So you can clearly see the nebula here in the individual frames, and you can see where it gets its name. Sort of two elongated lobes, like a dumbbell, or it could be an apple that's had 2 bites taken out of it, or just the core remaining. And in the very center, you can see there's that blue star, that pale blue white dwarf there. And to get an even better view, we can start to live stack. So I'm going to label this, and we'll start a new live stack. The old live stack will come up. We'll have to clear that one out. And now it'll start to accumulate these new frames on this new object. But as we live stack, we can start to pull out fainter and fainter details. So before, in the single frames, which was sort of, except for the color, it was more similar to what you'd see visually. But now that we're live stacking, we can start to see very, very faint details, these kind of elongated lobes that extend out. And if we stretch the histogram, we can sort of accentuate them more, but it also accentuates the noise more, so it's kind of a balance. And the longer you look at something, the smoother it gets, the less noise there is, so the harder you can stretch and accentuate the faint details. So we've only been looking at it for about 70 seconds, but for traditional astrophotography, people end up looking at stuff for tens of hours, just accumulating an immense amount of data, and they can really, really stretch and show the absolute faintest details. So this EAA live stacking method is kind of a quick and dirty version of that, just using the camera as an observational tool, not so much for creating the best picture. But even, you know, short exposures and live stacking, it's still able to show a lot more than you can see visually in a very short amount of time. It's only been 2 minutes looking at this. And again, this object is, this nebula is backdropped by the Milky Way. So if we go back to the star chart and zoom out, you can see that that little wiggly line there represents the border of, approximate border of the Milky Way, and it cuts right through the area that we're looking at. So there's just thousands and thousands of stars. It really is fantastic, even with any old pair of binoculars, just to look up and sweep the Milky Way. There's just thousands and thousands of stars. If you have a beach chair, it makes it a lot more comfortable. You can kind of kick back and not crane your neck. But now we can even start to resolve the sort of finer details and texture. You can see the red splotchiness. So there's two different gases at work here. The red is the ionized hydrogen alpha, and it's emitting red photons. And that blue-green is oxygen 3. And they're both being ionized. Well, they were both shed previously from the sort of aging red giant star. And when that star reignited as lost enough mass that it kind of reignited as a white dwarf, that intense ultraviolet radiation from the white dwarf ionized that previously shed material. And usually the gas isn't shed perfectly symmetrical, so you've got all these sort of strange geometry and sort of shells and waves and ripples and splotches all throughout, which makes planetary nebula really, really fascinating to look at. And each one is different. No two are alike. They're really cool. The Ring Nebula is another famous one. It's not too far from here. You can check it out. It's much smaller and brighter. So I'll save a snapshot of this and we'll see what else is nearby. So here we are at the Dumbbell Nebula, and the Ring Nebula is over here in Lyra. So we can just, with the go-to mount, it makes it really easy to find the objects. But the Ring Nebula in particular is a really easy one to find visually because it has some great landmarks nearby. So I've switched it back to look at the raw view. And here's the wide angle cam. And if we look over here, you can see this is the constellation Lyra, and the brightest star is Vega, and then there's a parallelogram next to it. So these 4 bright stars right there. So starting from Vega, if you go to the farther pair, and you pretty much aim right between the two, that's where you'll find the Ring Nebula. So if we go to the star chart, it sort of agrees with us. It's right there. And how you can issue the go-to command, and the mount should start moving. So now the telescope is pointing right where we described. And if we check the live view from the main telescope, we can see the Ring Nebula is right there. And even in these 2-second raw exposures, we can see every now and then we'll see that bright central star. Because just like Saturn that we were looking at earlier, the air is sort of turbulent and moving around, so that the view isn't steady and constant. And the star will sort of pop in and pop out as it gets blurred and smeared around. And every now and then the air will be steady enough that it, like right there, that it's sort of clearly captured. So another benefit of live stacking is it kind of averages out all that motion. So here's the dumbbell nebula still in memory. And I'm going to rename this for M57, the ring. And we'll clear out the old dumbbell nebula live stack, and now we'll start live stacking on the ring nebula. And as we sort of average and accumulate frames, the disturbance from the air kind of averages out, and it has the effect of kind of blurring the image, which is unfortunate. And so having a good night with steady air really lets you see a ton of detail on these small objects. And this nebula is really, really bright, so we don't even have to sort of boost it with the histogram too much. And now in the live stack, as sort of the averaging starts to smooth out the view, you can see that the central star is more constant. It's definitely there. And we can start to see some sort of gritty, grainy detail in that red hydrogen alpha outer ring. And I believe the ring nebula is actually more of a cylinder, and we happen to be looking almost right down the length of the cylinder. So all of the sort of bright fluorescing emitting gas is all kind of stacked up on that outer surface of the cylinder, so it's a really, really bright object. Now let's continue along the Milky Way into Cygnus. There's another really interesting nebula. This one here. Actually, let's check out supernova remnant. So these planetary nebula, it's just sort of it's not a supernova, it's just a red giant star that's getting really old and sort of running out of fuel. It starts to shed its outer layers, goes through a transformation, changes into a white dwarf, reignites, fluoresces, all of that gas. But there are also supernova, which are just completely destructive. So there's a remnant of an old one, sort of a lingering shock wave that we can check out. So if you look on the star chart here, you can see all of these outlines are part of the Veil Nebula, and they almost trace out a ring. So somewhere in the middle, at some point in the past, there was a bright supernova. And I believe this one, they're pretty sure which one it was, sort of recorded in human history, because the supernovae are just incredibly bright. see them in the daytime, and they last for like a week. So let's check it out. So nothing's jumping out immediately, but if we sort of boost the histogram, stretch it a little bit, we can see that there's definitely a sort of chain of nebula there. And I know that it extends this direction too, so we can move the mount, just sort of frame it, adjust the framing. So let's start live stacking this one, and I'm gonna relabel this Veil East. And when we pull up the live stack, the previous ring nebula will still be there. And I'm gonna save a snapshot of it before I essentially wipe it from memory. Yeah, it looks good enough. I'll save it. And now I'll clear it. And now we should start accumulating new pictures of the Veil Nebula. So this sort of bright wall of glowing gas is sort of the leading shock wave from a ancient supernova. You can really see the fantastic sort of lacy structure and what gives it the Veil Nebula, or what gives it the name Veil Nebula. And again, this object is sort of backdropped by the Milky Way. So there's tons and tons of stars back there. And a lot of times you can use a special filter that's designed to only pass very specific wavelengths of light And the filters are designed to only pass this very specific green wavelength, this green-blue from oxygen-3, and this very specific red wavelength from hydrogen alpha. And when you use a filter like that, all of the stars get much dimmer because they're sort of broad spectrum, so a lot of their light gets cut, and only the small amount of light that happens to be in that blue and red channel come through. So when you use those filters, these nebulas really pop out a lot more. Tonight I'm just using a sort of an infrared and ultraviolet cut filter, and that just helps the stars look a little more natural in color. It doesn't do any special band passing. I can't imagine how large this structure is, too. Just enormous. I could probably Google it, what the diameter of the Veil Nebula is. So I have a Sky Safari on my phone, which is a fantastic phone-based planetarium, sort of like this control software here, but it's a lot nicer than this one, and it has a ton of great information included on all the objects. So looking at the Eastern Veil, which right now we're only looking at a small portion of it because we can't fit the whole thing in the field of view. So the Eastern Veil, it says, is 2,600 light years distant. And it says the physical diameter of the whole sort of complex of nebula that make up that expanding shockwave from the supernova. The diameter is 45 light years. The Sky Safari also has fantastic audio descriptions. So when you look up the information, you can press a button and it'll tell you all about it.
NGC 6992 is a bright, wide portion of the famous Veil Nebula in Cygnus. The object is a wreckage.
I probably can't play too much of it for copyright infringement, but it's a fantastic resource. Especially for people like me. I mean, I love looking at this stuff, but I really don't know an awful lot about the sort of astrophysics behind it or the history, so it's nice to hear a good description of it, and I can never remember all the details. If I could, I'm sure my commentary would be a lot more interesting. So we've been accumulating sort of signal on this for a while, so the amount of noise is decreasing to the point where we can try and stretch it a little more aggressively to really accentuate the nebula.
Ooh, that's pretty.
love the veil. It's so cool.
You're getting the good blue color.
Having the color camera is awesome. Because visually, when you look at this through a telescope,
it's pretty pale.
It's faint and pale, but your nighttime sensitivity in the eye,
Yeah, black
you
and white.
don't get any color. It's just black and white. But when you use the special filters that only pass the blue and the red in a big telescope, like a big 16-inch and beyond, you can actually really see the lacy detail, and it is absolutely astounding.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some of the bigger telescopes that we've looked through with those filters it's fabulous. And they just make it so bright.
Yeah.
So much brighter than you would ever think.
Yeah, like I get disconnected using the EAA camera stuff all the time. And this is sort of my norm, and I forget how capable the visual telescopes are, especially when they get up there in size.
Yeah, in a good sky. Oh, that's pretty.
I'm gonna save this snapshot. The infrared or the UV IR block filter that I'm using tonight really helps with the star colors, because the astronomy camera that I have is full spectrum. It just records whatever lands into the pixels, and it's actually sensitive into the infrared and a little bit into the ultraviolet. The problem is the individual red, green, and blue filters that make up the color pixels. Their response is not perfect. So as you go into the infrared, the green and blue pixels start to pick up that light. So the colors get really awkward and weird, and you get purple and green stars. Because a lot of stars they have a lot of infrared in them, especially the smaller red dwarfs and stuff. So with the filter, the stars are a lot more well behaved. So you've got sort of nice golden orange, pale white, and blue. And again, the Milky Way as a backdrop is just fabulous. Let's check out this planetary nebula, A74. Looks like it might be pretty faint. It's a fairly large size, but of a low magnitude. So I'm going to exit the live stack, and we'll be looking at the raw individual frames. I think it's kind of fun to have it that way when the telescope moves, just to kind of stay connected to it mentally. Otherwise, you kind of get disconnected, and it's just a series of pictures. So I don't see anything in particular popping out. So let's see if anything will show up in a live stack. So I'm just verifying that the telescope is pointing at the right area. So we'll look for some bright stars. I've got a triangle of bright stars right here. And we can see these. This is sort of the most orange, kind of white, kind of blue, and the orange one has a star right above it. And if we look at the planetarium over here, we can see we've got orange star with one above it, and then a white, two white stars there. So we're definitely looking in the right spot. So the planetary on this star chart looks like it should be pretty big, but I'm not seeing anything. So my guess is that it's extremely faint. We might not see it. This is where using those special filters would come in handy. Yeah, I don't see any hint of it. This will be cool. So it looks like we've got a pair of galaxies over here that are interacting. They're in the process of colliding. So we can check those out. We'll issue the go-to command. So now we're sort of moving away from the Milky Way, and now we're looking into Pegasus. So I've exited the live stack, looking at the live frames coming from the camera. And we can stretch these individual frames. It makes it noisy, but it helps to detect anything. And it looks like there's a faint ghostly smudge right there. And it's pretty dim, so I think what I'll do is increase the exposure. And I might decrease the gain. Go with a there we go. It takes longer because now we're taking 8-second pictures each time. But when we do that, the noise decreases, and now it's a lot more apparent that the galaxies are right there. So now that we know we're on target, we can start a live stack. I'm just going to note down the number of this one, 7253. I'll start a live stack, clear out the old one. And you can see in the first couple frames, the noise really decreases a bunch. And then from there out, the improvement becomes slower and slower. Sort of the square root of the time that you watch. I've got Sky Safari open, and it is saying that these galaxies are 220 million light years away. which is just insane. So the light that the photons that are landing on the sensor of the camera have been traveling across the empty vacuum of space at the speed of light for 22 million or 220 million years. So they left those galaxies about the time that Pangea was splitting up, which is just bananas. Oh, there's a really nice, very large globular cluster in Pegasus. So if you find the great square of Pegasus, and you find the horse's neck and head, kind of right off of its nose, there's a nice globular cluster. So if you use these two stars, so if you start from here, go to there, and in the same direction, do about 2/3 the distance, you'll be in the neighborhood of that one. Maybe we'll check that one out after this. And it looks like Neptune will be crossing over. It won't be spectacular, it'll just be a blue dot, but as long as we figure out which blue dot it is, it could be pretty cool to look at. I wonder what the night sky looks like from one of those two, a planet in one of those two galaxies. You know, from our point of view, within our galaxy, we see the Milky Way, which is sort of the disk of our galaxy. We're in the disk. But if you were in the disk of one of these galaxies, you'd have your own Milky Way, but then you'd also have an entire other galaxy filling a massive portion of the sky. Should be pretty awesome. Let's check out M15. And if we see the wide field camera, the great square of Pegasus was over here, and now you can see a string of stars. That's the neck, and then the head, and then about 2/3 in the same direction they land on M15. And now with this, since it's so bright, I think if I were to use that longer 8-second exposure without further decreasing the gain, I might start blowing out the stars. So maybe we'll try that. We'll decrease the gain and see if we don't blow those out. We can start a new live stack on this one, clear out the old. Strange. It looks like it's having a little trouble live stacking it. Maybe the stars are too dim. I wouldn't think so. There we go. That should work. I think the background was so dark that I had to readjust the alignment criteria for how the program detects the stars. So in each frame, it looks at the stars and recognizes them, and then when new frames come in, it finds those same stars and then adjusts the location of the picture and lines them all up. And that really helps for cheaper mounts like the one that I use. It's not super accurate. It can't really maintain perfect alignment over minutes, but using this live stacking alignment, the software takes care of that instead of needing a really expensive mount. So I'm just playing around with the histogram, trying to balance getting the sort of outer faint stars to show without blowing out the middle too much. And you can see there's well, most of these are sort of yellow orange, but there's some blue ones speckled in. I think those are referred to as blue stragglers. So they're a slightly different type of star, or they've followed a different sort of stellar evolutionary path. Globular clusters are fantastic and visually in a telescope. So I just turned on a little bit of sharpening to try and sharpen up the stars. That one looks like it could be very cool. It's like a barred spiral galaxy, almost face on. Let's try for that one. So it'd be 7479. I'm gonna save us. I might try to fiddle with this one a little more. We'll check out that galaxy next. So I've got that galaxy selected, and we'll issue the go to command. Now the mount should be moving. This main telescope is still taking 8-second exposure, so it'll be really slow to update. But it looks like we're pretty much on target. And we'll start live stacking. So Sky Safari says this one is about 98 million light years distant. And a physical diameter of about 104,000 light years. And compared to the views that we had earlier, you can see there's a lot less stars in the background. And that's just because we're no longer looking along the Milky Way. And we're sort of looking out away from the disk of our galaxy. So all of the stars that we see are part of our galaxy. They're in the foreground. They're not that far from us. And then this galaxy is just very far in the background across intergalactic space, way out there, all on its own. I think this is one that I've looked at before, but I forgot to save a snapshot of it. It has a fantastic shape. Yeah, whenever I forget to save a picture, I'm not too upset because it's not going anywhere. So here we are, back at it. And I plan on looking at this one a little longer, and I want the picture to be pretty nice. So I'm going to pause the live stack and just shift the telescope a little bit. And what this will do is essentially be a rudimentary form of dithering. So there's always some stuff that doesn't completely calibrate out using all those calibration frames, and usually that is sort of fixed relative to the camera sensor. So by repositioning the telescope every now and then, the image falls on different parts of the sensor, so that as all of those images average together, because they're not all taken in the same exact spot on the sensor, any weird non-uniformity in the sensor starts to average out. Usually the weird sort of non-uniformity is not really a big problem, but when you're trying to look at very faint things, or you want to be able to stretch it pretty far, it helps to dither like that. Because at a certain point, when you're looking at something extremely faint, where you have to stretch it very aggressively, eventually that non-uniformity becomes the limiting factor, and you just start stretching into that, and that's all you see. You don't get any more information because it's sort of hidden behind that fixed pattern noise. So by readjusting it every now and then, it helps to break up that pattern. And if we look at the where is it, drift log, drift graph, you'll see this represents how much the program is realigning each picture. So my mount isn't perfect, so you can see it starts at 0, 0, and then as it averages, it's been drifting to the east. Each of those green X's is the location of the picture. And when I manually moved it, I shifted it down by 90 pixels, and now it's averaging a bunch there. So maybe every 3 to 5 minutes I'll just nudge the mount so that the pictures aren't landing on the same exact spot of the sensor. Just helps to smooth out the last little bit. And if we zoom way out, you can see that there's a black bar here, and this black bar will be about 90 pixels, however much we shifted by, because now the camera is no longer providing data for this strip, because its view has been shifted a little bit, which is fine, because usually you're only interested in the galaxy in the middle. It's a fair price to pay. can, while this is accumulating, you can look for the next target. Usually I don't really plan out an observing plan, I just kind of meander and hop around. This is a great galaxy, NGC 7331. Maybe we'll take a look at it after this one. I think I've looked at it in previous streams, but it's just such a fantastic galaxy. That one has a pretty good shape. I always like to check out the groups of galaxies. Looks like if we frame the camera here, we'll get, you know, a couple dozen in one shot. So maybe we'll do this one next and then go to 7331. And this galaxy's looking pretty good. We've definitely got a lot more detail on it. You can start to see the sort of finer spread out arm over here. Still, you know, pretty gritty, kind of lost in the noise. So maybe I'll do another dither. So we'll pause this and look at the individual frames. And then I'll just hold the move button for a while. It's probably more than I needed, but it should be fine. The only downside is we'll get a black bar on the center, but this is a pretty small, or a black bar on the side, but this is a pretty small galaxy, so I'm not going to miss much. Usually if I end up sharing the picture, I crop it. So it looks like there was a satellite that flew through. A couple frames were missed. I want to check the log, see why those were missed. There's another setting that I don't use too often, but I probably should, called sigma clipping, and that will reduce the effect of satellites passing through. Looks like I had there's a brightness filter. I must have left that on from a previous night. So if you're having trouble with like passing clouds, you can set up this filter, and if it detects that the picture is too bright because there's a cloud in front of it, it'll skip it. It won't stack that one, which can be handy. But it looks like I had my threshold set a little tight, and it had a couple false positives and didn't stack. You can also do a similar thing for the seeing. So it'll evaluate how sharp the stars are, and if it's too blurry because either the wind shook the telescope or the seeing got really bad, you can tell it to ignore those fuzzy pictures. Yeah, I think I'll save this one here. And I'll check out that large group of galaxies. Alright, so we've got a group of 3 over here, and it looks like another group toward the center. Maybe a couple more over there. Check it against the sky chart. And it looks like we're pretty close. Acceptable framing. We'll just go straight into live stacking from here. Oh, I should get a name for this. I think I'll call it after that central galaxy, 5778. Or 7, let's try that again. 7578. And we can let's try doing sigma clipping. We'll turn that on. And that way, if another satellite comes through, hopefully it'll just ignore the really bright pixels from its pass. I might turn that sigma clipping off. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination or not, but it seemed like the noise was a little grittier. I wonder if it was not filtering properly. It seems similar. So every little sort of yellowish smudge here is a galaxy. And the sort of tight pinpoints of stars, or pinpoints of light, are stars within our Milky Way, or our Milky Way galaxy. Right now we're not really pointed at the Milky Way, or toward the plane of the Milky Way where all the majority of the stars are. Looks like another one there. Let's check out 7331. Actually, I think we can frame it. Where is it? Yeah. We can get Stephen's quintet in there in the same picture. That'll be pretty cool. So it looks like it's just off the frame there. So let's adjust it. Close enough. So I checked Sky Safari. It looks like the biggest galaxy here in the Stephen Quintet is about 47 million light years distant, and the smaller sort of yellow ones are in the background. They're about like 320 million light years distant, which is somewhere between the time where Pangea formed and when it broke apart. I'm gonna do a little manual dither. I don't have a lot of room to work with side to side, or top to bottom, so I'm just gonna do it side to side.
I can do that like that.
And looking at Sky Safari, this one is similar. So this is about 47, and the smaller ones are in the background at 310 million. I really like this galaxy. It gives a fantastic sort of 3D illumination where all of the dust lanes in the foreground are sort of opaque and backlit, and then the dust lanes on the far side are reflecting light. Yeah, I think I'll save it there. We'll check out some nebula in Cepheus. The mount's been pretty accurate, so I think I'll just I should be able to just reset the live stack without checking, but it looks like we're on target. There's a cluster there, so we'll clear that out, although I gotta rename it. So this will be NGC 7380. So it looks like this is an emission nebula, mostly hydrogen alpha. I wonder if that's a cluster or it just happens to look like one. Well, it's not cataloged, or not in my catalog that I have. So you can see it's just absolutely chock full of stars again. And if we were to zoom out, we'd see we're kind of back in the Milky Way. This little gray, thin gray line there traces it out. So there's Cassiopeia and Cygnus, and here's Cepheus. And the camera is the white rectangle there. Let's check out the Bubble Nebula and nearby M52. So just checking out Sky Safari on the Bubble Nebula. It says it's about 10 light years in diameter. And it's just the stellar wind of a fierce star just blowing material out of the way. So it's sort of embedded in this thick molecular cloud of gas and dust, and it's just kind of clearing its way. I'm really happy with the star color thanks to the UV-IR filter. Usually I end up with some weird kind of purple or green stars just because the Bayer filter acts a little strange in the infrared. I'm going to do a little manual dither. I'll pause it, go to individual frames. And this time I want to make sure that it moves in a particular direction, just because I don't have a lot of field of view to spare for this cluster to move up, so I want to make sure everything moves down where there's plenty of room underneath the bubble. So we'll resume and check the drift graph. So it looks like we moved 120 pixels or so. Yeah, I'll dither again. So I'll pause, view the individual frame, and then I'll just move for a little bit. And I'll just watch and make sure that the sort of movement has stopped. That way when I resume, it doesn't have a blurred picture added into the stack. So this is a handy feature within Carte de Ciel where you can download the Deep Sky Survey pictures for things that aren't cataloged or things that don't have a picture built in. That'll sort of help me frame this. So this red rectangle will be my camera's field of view. So I'll tell it to slew and I'll relabel this. Looks like I'm a little bit low, so I might reframe this one. So I'll exit the live stack, go down to a shorter 2-second exposure, and then just kind of boost it. And now I'll compare it against the sky chart where I want to be. So it looks like I want this bright star to be kind of 1/3 down, close to the middle. Yeah, maybe a little farther that way. Looks like there's a little bit of a reflection nebula in there too. So all this red is ionized hydrogen alpha that's fluorescing and emitting light, whereas this kind of pale blue area is just starlight reflecting off of dust. And you can see there's sort of a lot of gas and dust here. You know, there's areas that are almost completely devoid of stars, and that's only because the dust is so thick that we can't see the ones behind. These are called dark nebula. Let's check out a carbon star, not too far, just an extremely red star. Curious to see how it looks with the UV IR filter in place, if it's noticeably red or not. Have to be careful color balancing because this is right on the edge of the emission nebula that makes up the elephant's trunk. So half of the field of view is actually sort of red hydrogen alpha down here, where this upper corner is a more natural sky color. The amount of sort of hazy glow around the star makes me wonder if I'm starting to collect dew on my secondary. Because it seemed pretty wet out there when I was setting up. Not a very wide dew point spread. I think for this picture it kind of looks pretty cool, but it'll affect the performance of the telescope. I wonder what that is. If it's just a hot pixel or if it's a little planetary nebula. It looks like it might be a galaxy. Maybe. Looks awfully green though. Or maybe my color balance is that far off. I might try for some of these dark clumps of opaque dust. Usually the elephant trunk nebula right here, this long, slender wisp, gets all the attention, but I've never really imaged these darker clumps. Looks like they have much higher contrast, so they should show up better. So I can already see some dark clumps here and there. I just want to check it against the chart to make sure I'm framed properly. I can see a orange star there, sort of a wide triangle with a dark glob right there. So there's the triangle that I'm seeing in the dark glob, and it looks like it's positioned correctly. So Colonel Cool Ranch is asking about how I'm communicating to the telescope. So I'm using a remote desktop to remote into a computer that's connected out there. And I didn't start out that way, and I don't recommend starting that way. But this is my setup out there. So I have the mount and the camera is directly just USB connected to this little mini PC. And this mini PC is headless, so it doesn't have a monitor, it doesn't have a keyboard. But for starting out, it would definitely use a laptop where you have direct control, or like a Windows 10 tablet. So you just plug the camera right into the laptop and you can control it from there. What I'm doing is I have it going into this little headless PC, and then it has its own tiny little Wi-Fi router, which you can't see. It's behind this leg. It's this teeny tiny little square thing with 2 high gain antennas coming out of it. And I have the antenna sort of pointed at my second floor computer where I am now. And I have another little USB dongle plugged into my computer here, and that has another high gain antenna. And that's pointed down to the telescope out there. So I have 2 high gain antennas that are pointed at each other. So the communication link is very strong, even through the floor and a wall and out into the driveway. So with my indoor computer on the same Wi-Fi network as this mount side computer, I can use Microsoft Remote Desktop. So I've this little blue tab here. I'm actually on my desktop inside, but I'm using Remote Desktop to essentially remote control this little PC. So all that we see here is going on inside that little PC, and it's just being displayed on my desktop. But we can definitely see the dark, sort of silhouetted, I think they're called Bach globules. And most of the time, they're actually stellar nurseries. So it's this massive clouds of gas and dust in the process of collapsing under gravity. And, multiple stars are collecting enough material to start nuclear fusion, and various stages of birth and evolution in there, which is really cool. There's really cool pictures from infrared telescopes. They can peer through a lot of the gas and dust, and they can see those sort of newborn stars. Oh, this is a nice galaxy. This is, I think they call it the Fireworks Galaxy, but it's a beautiful face-on spiral galaxy. Let's give it a shot. It might be in the tree. Oh well. Oh, Andromeda is almost over the meridian. As soon as that crosses over, we can take a look at it. I could meridian flip over and look at it a little early, but I'm sure there's plenty of interesting things we could look at in the meantime. This is a fantastic cluster. I think they call it Caroline's Rose. Let's take a look at that one. So SharpCap, so everything we see here is running on that little mini PC. And I can open up the task manager, watch the performance. And it's a little misleading because the mini PC uses a Intel Pentium J5005 processor. It's a very low power mobile processor, and it's spec'd at like, I don't know, 1.8 gigahertz or something, normal speed, but then it has a boost mode, but it almost always runs in boost. So the reporting of percentage utilization is a little funny. But if we look at the graph, it's a little hard to see because I'm running in high contrast mode, which just helps me make a nighttime friendly astronomy sort of theme. So I've got black and red, but it makes some stuff kind of hard to see. But if you look at the graph, there's little peaks, and each peak corresponds to a frame coming in, and SharpCap doing all the processing of analyzing it, aligning it, stacking it, averaging it, processing it. So that's where you see if you look at the long-term graph here, there's a bunch of individual peaks. But in the meantime, it's only like 30% utilized, and my memory is only 4 gigs out of 8. So even a pretty lightweight, light-duty processor can handle it. So this is just a 4-core at 2.5 gigahertz, 8 gigabytes. When I started out, I was using a Windows 10 tablet, which it was a really cheap Chinese Chewy H10, which is like a Surface knockoff, and it had a really low-powered processor, a Z8350, which is almost, I don't know, maybe half the power of this one, and it only had 4 gigs of memory, and that one was live stacking just fine. Oh yeah, we forgot I issued a go-to. So now we're looking at Caroline's Rose, which is a nice cluster in Cassiopeia. This one is fantastic visually in a telescope. You can even see it in binoculars. It's big enough and bright enough. You won't see the individual stars, but you'll see a definite sort of glowing faint patch where it will be. Oh, I forgot to relabel. I'm gonna nudge it just to center it up. Wrong way. So I'm not too sure if the Raspberry Pi would work, at least not with SharpCap because it's not Linux. But the ASI Air Pro, I believe, is essentially a Raspberry Pi 4 or maybe even a 3. But ASI has a software suite called ASI Studio, and there is a live stacking program within that. So I believe that will work on Linux. So if you had a Raspberry Pi, installed ASI Studio, and had a ASI or ZWO ASI camera, you might be able to live stack on a Pi. And if you're using longer exposures, it makes it easier because, you know, right now it's an 8-second cadence. So there's a new frame being added every 8 seconds. So as long as it can do the processing in 8 seconds, it should be fine. And the size and resolution of the camera has an impact too. So like the first camera I had was only 1.2 megapixel. It was a 224 camera. And it was great, especially when used with a small scope, because it's a pretty small sensor. So it has a pretty tight field of view, but when you use it with a small scope, shorter focal length, you get a pretty reasonable field of view. But this camera that I'm using now is 11 megapixels. So when I went back to try and use my original tablet, it would start to get a little sluggish at like 1 second frames or 2 second frames, because the 2 second cadence at 11 megapixels was a little too much for the processor to handle to try and live stack it. It couldn't even complete the process of live stacking before a new frame would come in. And SharpCap just bounces the frame when that happens. So you'll end up only stacking every other frame, which, I mean, I think is a good thing because the program handles it gracefully. It continues to run and be responsive and not sluggish. You don't get as good of a yield because you're, you know, rejecting almost half the signal that you're collecting in time. But if you were to say you're having trouble at 1 second or 2 second exposures, if you just increase it to a 4 second or 8 second exposure, you collect all that signal and you give the computer a little more time to process it. So it's not too big of a deal. I bet the Raspberry Pi could handle it. And the other big thing is the planetarium. Depending on the display settings, it can chew up a lot of resource. So if we open this up and I start zooming in and panning around, the CPU utilization will probably peak up as it's trying to redraw and calculate all the stars. And the planetarium's definitely way more responsive when I'm running it on my powerful desktop. But for this purpose, I don't mind too much if the planetarium's a little sluggish. Yeah, I think for fun, I'm gonna reconfigure it a little bit for the best possible real-time view. So I'm gonna crank up the gain to maximum, put it on bin 2, and this will combine adjacent pixels together into an equivalent superpixel. And I'll need to apply the correct flat for that. There we go. So these are individual 2-second exposures. And it looks a little green, so I'm going to increase the red and blue. There we go. So these are just real-time 2-second exposures straight from the camera. And we can even probably do a little bit of a stretch to them. Maybe we'll go down to 1 second, see how it performs. So now with this configuration, we should be able to really hop around. I'm going to synchronize the mount onto this object just so the go-tos are a little more accurate as we hop around. But now we should be able to quickly just move from one object to another and just almost like visual, just sort of surfing around, checking out all the different star clusters. So around Cassiopeia, there's tons of great clusters. So it looks like there's two small ones pretty close. I think this nebula is the Pac-Man Nebula, which is pretty cool. So if you look, you should just be able to make out the outline of a circular nebula that has a triangular notch cut out of it. And if we can start live stacking on it, it should be a lot clearer. So the Onstep'ed controller is a really cool open source project where essentially it's a stepper motor driven go-to controller. But the really cool thing about it is that the author wrote it in such a way that it could be applied to 3D printer hardware. So if you think about it, a 3D printer is essentially a little tiny CNC machine, and they use stepper motors, a sort of open loop control, a sort of dead reckoning on blind faith that the stepper motor doesn't skip or lose steps. But the actual hardware for it would be a circuit board with a microcontroller and an accurate clock for timing and synchronizing motion, and a bunch of very accurate stepper motor drivers, and then all the power hardware and connections for connecting to motors. And that's almost exactly the same set of equipment or hardware that you need to drive a telescope. So this open source project is a firmware that you can flash onto a 3D printer's control board. So you can buy the control board for a printer off of Amazon for like $20, and then flash the software onto it and then use it to control a telescope. So you need, generally it's like maybe $120 to $150 worth of materials. So you've got like the $20 control board, and then two $10 stepper drivers, and then two $20 motors. And then you have to come up with your own way of connecting the stepper motor to the mount's input shafts. And that's usually the tricky part for most people. But there's a ton of community help. There's a pretty good community on groups.io where people help out other people who are working through it. It is a significant sort of technical challenge and learning curve to figure it all out, but there's a ton of information on their website, which is really helpful. I don't know if I have any more pictures of it. Maybe on this, my desktop might have the pictures. So here I found a little presentation I made for my astronomy club on the Onstep'ed conversion. So here's a schematic of it where you essentially have a little microcontroller, and then it communicates to high power stepper drivers, and then these stepper drivers drive the motors, and then there are some other sort of bits and pieces and components. And it has the guy, Howard Dutton is the author of it, and he's written ASCOM drivers for it, and it has like Bluetooth connectivity to cell phones, and there's a Android app that lets you do all the alignment and stuff like that. And the really great thing with it is because of 3D printing, motion control components have become really dirt cheap. So, you know, a stepper motor is only like 10 bucks or 20 bucks, but 15 years ago, the same motor probably would have been $60 or $80. And the electronics nowadays are fantastic. So this is a modern stepper driver, is this tiny little circuit board right there. It's like about the size of your thumb. And then what it's sitting on is the old-fashioned stepper driver that's inside the ancient Celestron fork mounts. You know, these big, beefy, discrete components that use full steps. It's really sort of clunky and low accuracy, low precision. And this is just showing all the community online of all the different people implementing it on all different sorts of mounts. You know, people are building Dobsonians. I'm currently building a Dobsonian mount for a 12-inch f4 for EAA. And this was my mount head I got at Stellafane. It was pretty beat up, had some damage I had to work on. Came with an ancient control system that wasn't really worth it. And I decided to on-step convert it. So then I had to make a dovetail clamp, or a saddle clamp, because it's an old enough mount that it's meant for tube rings. There was no dovetails when it was produced. So another hobby of mine is metal casting and 3D printing. So with those two hobbies, I was able to design and print a castable dovetail clamp. So this is a sand casting process, which is nice. You get to reuse the pattern. It's not destroyed. So after that, I had a little saddle plate that I could bolt onto the mount. And then I adapted it didn't come with a tripod, so I just adapted a surveyor's tripod, put a lug on it, and fortunately the hole is the same size as that boss, so I didn't really need to change much. So at that point I had a mount that was ready to begin on-step conversion. So mechanical, manual, German equatorial that just has input shafts. So then I got the motors and designed a motor mount that would just bolt right into the mount using the old motor mounts. And these are 3D printed, but a lot of people just use bent sheet metal. And like I said, the fantastic thing about 3D printing is all of this stuff is dirt cheap now. So the combined set of motor, pulley, belt, and big pulley, it's only like $30 per axis, where 10 years ago it would have been like a couple $100. And the electronics are also dirt cheap. So here's like I did mine in a non-ideal way. I did it all manually with wiring it on a circuit board. I do not recommend doing it that way. There's zero benefit in doing it that way. So here's my perf board that I soldered up, but I would recommend doing it this way, where you just buy the motherboard out of a 3D printer and it has everything all there, all wired, ready to go. You just need to flash software on it. And the biggest hurdle will be just learning the firmware and how to configure it for your mount. And so after that point, as soon as I got the electronics in a working state, I just stuffed it inside a Tupperware and had the bare wires connecting to the mount, and that worked out well, and it was able to get me started in EAA using a really small 4.5-inch f4 Newtonian and a small 224 sensor, which was a perfect combo. It was a really, really great starting combo. And then eventually I 3D printed a more rugged housing and made more rugged cables. And that's pretty much its current state. But even that little telescope and little camera was a great pairing. The two are very well matched. These are all taken with the tiny IMX224. I got mine from AliExpress from a company called RisingCam. They make a really cheap one that's only $160, whereas the ZWO version is, I think, $250. And it's the same Sony sensor, so you get pretty much the same performance. Although the software support's not as good, you wouldn't be able to use ASI Live or anything like that. So that's an extremely brief overview of the Onstep project. If you have a very common mount, like a CG5 or like a Vixen DX, there's a lot of people have already done conversions and they have plans online for the little brackets, and you can just get them printed and bolted together. Yeah, like you say, the Onstep was the key for me to get into EAA. Well, I shouldn't say that. The Onstep was the key to getting into telescope-based EAA. Before Onstep, I actually had the camera way before I had the motorized mount, and I was using it with CMount lenses. So this wide field finder scope is actually one of those small cameras. And the CMount lenses are really cheap. They're only like $10, $20, but they're really fast. They're like f1.4, and they're wide field. The combination of wide field and really fast camera means you can use really short, like 2-second to 4-second exposures, and there won't be any star trailing because it's not zoomed in so much. So you can actually do EAA and do live stacking from a stationary tripod, but with wide fields, like a binocular field of view. But it was a ton of fun, and it kept me busy for half a year. And I got to learn, you know, how to use SharpCap and what all the settings do. And I learned all that just using the camera manually. And that way I didn't have to complicate things with learning how to use the mount or how to connect the mount to the computer software, and all that stuff would come later. And you sort of break down the learning curve into small, manageable chunks. And doing the wide field camera from a stationary tripod was a lot of fun, because it's sort of a wide enough field of view that you can just sort of hip shoot it into the general region, but then the lens is so fast that you can use really short exposures and just sort of watch on screen as you pan around, and you can just kind of star hop on screen. And then when you're finally settled, you can start live stacking. And with that thing, so Mike Jerry's asking about the max gain, and right now I'm running at maximum gain in bin 2, because prior to this I was just viewing the live raw frames without live stacking, just for fun, sort of panning around Cassiopeia, and that would give sort of maximum performance for shortest exposure. Usually I run at like 420 gain with bin 1 and 8-second exposures, but I'm just messing around, having fun. But you can definitely see where Pac-Man Nebula gets its name. So if we exit the live stack, you can do just do a light stretch on the display histogram. And then from here, we should be able to sort of have a digital view, an eyepiece-like view, and be able to hop around pretty quickly to different objects. So this is a really fun cluster called the ET cluster, or the owl cluster. So there's 2 eyes, a body, and then 2 outstretched arms or wings. So it's either a short, stubby ET or an owl in flight. This one's really great in a small telescope. So on my stationary setup that I started with, I used the RisingCam 224. So it's an IMX 224 sensor, which is, it's a pretty small one, which is why it's so, or it's the most affordable astrocam, because it's so small. But when you use it with small optics, it's a perfect pair. So I used a lot of different lenses. I think the ones that I'm the most happy with are CSmount IR corrected 3 megapixel. So like if you were to use search terms for searching for them, it'd be CS IR MP lens, and you'd get a variety of ones. And 25 millimeter focal length at around f1.4 is a really good combo. That's like a 7x35 binocular. If you went to like a 50 millimeter lens, that might be a little more magnification than a 10x binocular. but you can't go too much farther than that stationary, because eventually you start to run into star trailing. Or you can make the exposure, because the lens is so fast and the camera has such little read noise, you can make the exposure short enough that you don't have star trailing. But the problem is that the field of view drifts by so fast it becomes more frustrating than it is rewarding. So working stationary, having a wide field is better. And at least just for learning, it's fine. You know, it's a lot of fun. And with that stationary setup, the first night I was out, I was able to see the Horsehead Nebula from my driveway under a street light, under a 75% moon, and in like 30 seconds I could see the Horsehead. It wasn't spectacular at that wide field, low resolution. It was only like 3 or 4 little pixels that made a dark little tombstone into a red glowing area, but I could definitely see it, and it was awesome. I got hooked. So this field of view here, this camera is a 1/3 inch sensor. This is a monochrome 290 sensor, also cheap AliExpress, or RisingCam off of AliExpress. But this is using a 5mm lens, which gives an enormous field of view. I use this super wide field of view with the remote setup just to help me kind of reconnect to it, because I'm not out there sitting with it. I can't tell if I'm going to point into a tree, or if there's planes flying by, or if there are clouds blowing over. So I like to have a really wide field of view to sort of bring back the immersion of being out there at the telescope. So we can switch this back into sort of my normal operating mode. Go back into bin 1. 420. So this is normally how I run the camera at bin 1, sort of medium high gain, somewhere around 75%. And then for individual frames I can stretch the display, or for live stacking. And that's one thing I always forget to do in SharpCap, is there's 2 histograms that you can stretch, and I always accidentally leave both of them going, so you end up stretching it twice and it gets pretty ugly pretty quickly. I think I might be having a little bit of dew on my secondary. I don't have any dew heaters. It's hard to tell. I'll point at a bright star and it should be pretty obvious. Maybe a little. Got a little bit of haze around the bright star. Oh, I bet Andromeda should be well over the meridian now. You can take a look at that. I'm gonna sort of frame just half of it. I like looking at all the dust lanes and the nebula that are caught up in there. I've been meaning to install, you can get a catalog of all of the globular clusters within M31. I always thought that'd be fun. I know SharpCap, or Sky Safari has a couple of them. But the catalogs I have installed for Cartesial, they're not there. not sure if it makes a difference, but when I took my dark frames, I had the red and blue settings to 65, but when I was doing the direct live exposure sort of viewing, I bumped it up to change. I don't know if it affects how well the dark frames calibrate or not. So I'm going to clear it and see if that makes it better. So now everything is in mesh with how I took my dark frames. I found a slideshow I made for the stationary EAA. It's a little camera. So here's just a little summary of how I started out. It was just a little 25mm f1.4, just mounted directly to the camera, sitting on a stationary tripod, and then a single USB cable to a Windows 10 tablet. It could be a laptop. But with that, the lens I was using was very cheap, so it has a lot of distortion, but it's also really, really fast. So, for me, the distortion is fine. It's the fair trade for having such an inexpensive combination of less than $200 to be able to see, the jellyfish and the monkey head nebula from a driveway. And that's the other fun thing with wide field, is you can fit multiple things in the field of view. So this is in Gemini. There's, I think that's the wrong number there, but there's a really nice open cluster, and then the jellyfish and the monkey head. And then this is Sagittarius, Lagoon Nebula, and the Trifid Nebula. I think this was with a 50mm later, an IR corrected 50mm. And then here's the North America Nebula. All of these taken stationary, just live stacking, short exposures that are live stacked. And here's stupid icons in the way, but there's M81 and M82 from a stationary tripod. And then what I ended up doing was using a little mini projector and projecting that and using it as sort of a guided binocular outreach So I'd have a table with a bunch of binoculars, and then the camera's field of view was close to a binocular, so I could show people, you know, what they should be seeing, what their field of view would be like, and try and guide them on. It worked out pretty well. It was a lot of fun. But it's a really great way to start, because it's so fun and easy. It makes it rewarding to learn, less frustrating, and just, you know, breaking it down into the tiniest manageable chunks really helps. I've been meaning to get I'd like to get back into doing that, and I'm really curious to try with my larger camera. So this 294 camera, the sensor is much bigger than that little 224, which is only 1/3 inch. So the 25mm lens was very well paired with the smaller 224 camera. But if I could get an 85mm lens for my current 294, it'd be a very similar field of view, and I should be able to live stack from a tripod again, which would be fun. Especially if I bin it and run it at max gain, it should be just the same, just a little more powerful. It should be fun. I actually bought a Rokinon lens precisely for that. It was a really nice aspheric, very well corrected, very low dispersion, low coma, all this stuff. It was a very nice lens, and f1.4 full frame, and I bought it through Amazon, and when I received it, it was a used lens that someone had returned, except they decided to keep the lens cap, so it was shipped with the front element just chafing against the packaging, so it was just ruined. So I returned that, and that sort of soured me on the thought of getting a lens. I think I'm gonna do a meridian flip. There goes the window. So the 10-inch f5 or f4.7 Dob, it could work if you were to make an on-step conversion for tracking. It could work for EAA. The only trouble would be if you were to use the 224 sensor. It's a pretty small sensor. So when it's combined with the long focal length of the 10-inch Dob, the field of view would be very, very small, which could make learning very difficult. I actually had a 10-inch Dob and 10-inch f4.9 Dob when I was getting into EAA, but I didn't have the tracking mount, so I just stuck with the wide field sensors until I sort of got the hang of it, and then got the tracking mount going and used a small, tiny little 4.5-inch telescope was a good pairing for the camera. With a larger sensor, the 10-inch could be good. I actually picked up I sold my 10-inch so that I could free up the space and funding for a 12-inch f4 Newtonian tube, not a Dob, just the raw tube. But I don't have a mount that's big enough to drive it, so I've been working on designing something that I could run with Onstep. There was some examples of people live stacking through stationary Dobsonians, where you use a focal reducer to speed up the scope down to like f2.5, and then you manually line it up on target and then try and do short little bursts of live stacking as you nudge the scope back on target. But I tried it even with my little 4.5-inch scope before I motorized my mount. I tried that, and it was more frustrating than it was rewarding, which would make starting out that way and learning that way very difficult. It was a neat thing to try, but it wasn't very fun for me, at least. All right. We'll get one little glimpse of M33. Now we're on this side of the meridian. We've got a little bit of a time limit before it crosses. For checking how different cameras pair with telescopes, there's a really great website called astronomy.tools, and they have I'll get the live stack started and then I'll get into that, just so it's accumulating while we look at this. M33 is always fantastic. But this website's really handy for seeing how things pair up. So you could put in, say, M33 And this is the telescope that I'm using. And you can put it into imaging mode and then select the camera. And then it'll give you a preview of how the camera's field of view will work, and it'll give you information on the resolution. So the pixel size combined with the focal length of the telescope would yield, or does yield, 1.17 arc seconds per pixel with my combination. And if we zoom way out, you can see the prediction's pretty good. Where was it? There we are. And then with this, if we go to, let's see, 224, if I were to use my original smaller 224 camera with my current telescope, it would be a very small field of view, pretty difficult to use. But if I use it with the little 4.5-inch Newtonian, it's a 114 millimeter f4 Newtonian, it's a lot more forgiving, almost twice the field of view. But if you were to use it with a, say, a 10-inch f5 Newtonian, it would be even smaller. It'd be a teeny tiny postage stamp, which it'd be very difficult to find and locate things. But it would also mean that the tracking has to be very precise over time, because if it drifts at all, you'll lose what little field of view you have. So the a Dobsonian is a type of mount, just that manual left, right, up and down. The actual telescope is a Newtonian, and it sits in a Dobsonian mount. And it's possible to motorize the Dobsonian mount. And even if it doesn't have to be equatorial, if you motorize an alt-azimuth mount, it still works for short exposure EAA, because the individual exposures are so short. They're only, 8 seconds, 10 seconds. That's short enough that the individual pictures don't get rotated. You don't get field rotation from the mismatch between alt-azimuth coordinate and equatorial coordinate. So as long as each individual picture is sharp, the live stacking will derotate the preceding pictures, and it'll stack, and you'll still have nice sharp stars. The only downside is the field of view. Since the field of view is slowly rotating, eventually you'll get little dark triangles starting to form as the sensor is no longer picking up data for those parts, which isn't a big deal when you're just interested in the galaxy in the center. I'm actually planning to go to alt-azimuth with my next telescope and my next mount, just because the prospect of mounting a big 12-inch f4, which weighs 57 pounds, and having to mount that to an equatorial, where usually the saddle is about chest height or shoulder height, so you'd have to lift that 50-pound telescope up into the saddle and hold it there with one hand while it tightens. It's not I don't think I'd be up to doing that in the dark on an icy driveway. So I want to move to a simple alt-azimuth Dobsonian type base, but have that base be motorized with Onstep. That way the setup is really easy, where you just put the base down and then just kind of drop the telescope into the base. No precarious lifting in the dark required. I forgot to relabel this one, but it's iconic enough. I'll know what I'm looking at tomorrow. So converting a Dob to be motorized can be pretty tricky because they're not really laid out for it. Usually you have to get very creative with the mechanical side of things to adapt some kind of gearing or reduction for the motors. And as long as there's enough reduction and gearing, the little stepper motors drive even a big telescope no problem. I think on the excuse me, on the Onstep'ed website, there are some examples of different builds that people have done, and most of the Dobsonians are scratch-built custom mounts with motorization in mind. you're right. I did mute myself. I'm not sure how long I've been muted. But let's see here. So this is the groups.io wiki page. There's a great user build section where you can find examples for different conversions of Dobsonians that people have made. And then I was showing my conversion that I'm working on, and this is for the 12-inch f4, and I'm designing it in Fusion 360. So these parts will get 3D printed and then sand cast and machined. But so the layout is needle roller bearings and thin section deep groove ball bearing, and then there's sort of a central hub, and there's a gear carrier on there, then it's threaded on there. So as you thread that tight, it'll preload the bearings, get rid of any slop, and then to set that friction setting, this triangular piece in the middle gets some, where's the analysis? When you basically you tighten these 3 bolts, and that jams the threads of the gear carrier, and that'll sort of lock in the adjustment. And then this ring here will set the clutch tension for the gear. So there'll be some Teflon or UHMW material sort of isolating the gear. So as you tighten that, it should still be able to slip, and that'll give good manual override clutches, so that for visual use you don't even have to power on the controller. You can just use it like a normal Dob, and it should have pretty decent friction feel like a conventional Dob. But then it'll still have the motor drive with Onstep for doing EAA with the F4 Newtonian. But still a lot of work to do on this, still kind of conceptual. I gotta make the end support for that side and do the motor and worm blocks, but getting there slowly. So that's a Skywatcher Quattro 12-inch f4. I got a really good deal on it in February. There was the New York Comic-Con. There was some production company that was shooting a commercial for it, and they needed some telescopes for their set. So instead of making a fake one, they just bought a real one, and they only used the tube. The mirror was never even unpackaged. So that big telescope, they shipped the mirror separately because it's so massive it's not safe to ship it with the scope. So they just took the tube out of the box, shot their 6 hours of commercial set shooting, put it back in the box, and then sold it for like 1/3 the price. So I had to jump on it. I got it in February, but I still haven't used it because I have no mount for it, but I couldn't pass it up. So I've just been sitting on it, dreaming up a mount that'll be able to use it with EAA. I did see the link, yeah, to the Dob stuff. I've heard good stuff about those conversion kits. The Skywatcher Quattro could definitely use a diet. It's a pretty heavy tube. It's a solid steel tube. It weighs 57 pounds, and it's about as big as a water heater. Oh, I should check the meridian. It might be, yeah, we're over the meridian. So I will save the last snapshot and we'll move on to something else. Yeah, I think I definitely have a little bit of dew. There's just like a general haze around all these stars. That's another thing I've been meaning to work on. I want to make a dew heater. They're really cheap and easy to do now too. You can buy tiny, if you Google PWM motor control or LED control, you can get a tiny little $3 pulse width modulation variable voltage drive. So you put 12 volts into it and you can vary it from 100% to 0% output. So if you use, you know, nichrome wire or resistors or Kapton heaters, you can dial it into whatever you want, just like a normal dew heater. And they're only like $3, $5 for the controller. I actually had one on my little telescope, not the 8-inch, but the 4-inch. Stuffed inside this Jello box, there was one of those PWM things. And it's hard to see because the Velcro is behind it, but I just poked the knob through. And this scope has a teeny tiny little secondary that's exposed, so it dews pretty quickly. So I had mounted like 2 resistors to it just to keep it from dewing, and it worked great. I just haven't gotten around to mounting a dew heater to my current telescope. And maybe I might need one on the end of the focuser draw tube, just in case the filter or the Coma corrector dews up. It's kind of funny, it looks dreamy with all the 80s haze. I saw an interesting talk by, I think it was Babek Tafreshi, on doing landscape or nightscape photography. He actually uses a diffusing filter on purpose. So they can get a filter that will give you this very slight haze, and it just sort of diffuses the very bright light from the stars, spreads it out just enough so you can get some really rich color variation in the stars. And the effect was pretty good. And I'm really happy with the UV IR filter. It really helps the star colors. Although without the filter, the star colors are a little funny, but you get a bunch of free signal. So, and galaxies have a lot of, oh, that's concerning. Wonder why it wouldn't align. Probably because the background is bright and hazy, so the black threshold needed adjustment. Looks like that would do it. Oh, yeah, I was saying without a filter, the camera can collect a lot of infrared light, which the distant galaxies produce a significant amount, so you get a pretty good bonus signal. Yeah, I'll take a look at this one. This is one of my favorite asterisms, although it's not really published anywhere or talked about much. There's a perfect smiley face inside Auriga. So let me turn off the crosshairs. So if you're looking at Auriga and you look at the two brightest stars and you go about 2/3 of the way across, there's a perfect smiley face right here. There's the two eyes and then a string of stars that make a curved mouth, and a binocular field of view is perfect for it. I wonder, I could probably do a longer exposure on this so that it's less noisy. There you go. That's should be a little clearer. So here's two stars and then a curved mouth. Yeah, I kind of like the look of it. Let me just make sure I saved a copy of it. So now that I did a meridian flip, the camera view is flipped 180 degrees relative to the star chart. So we can flip the star chart view here. Unfortunately, I wish there was a way to flip the view in SharpCap, just because I like to have north up. But when you can do it, the only problem is it does not flip the calibration frames, and I found that out the hard way with my first camera. You know, you'd take a dark frame, you'd have amp glow in one corner, so the dark frame would sort of correct that. But if you flip the view, now that amp glow is occurring over here and it's not corrected, and then you have a correction that's overcorrecting nothing, so you end up with like a black corner and a white corner, and the hot pixels are doubled, and it was a mess, and it took me like 3 or 4 outings to figure out that it was because I was rotating the view. So now I no longer rotate the view, even though I want to. I just flip the star chart if I need it. It looks like M35 is above the tree. So this is that field of view that I previously looked at in that example of the wide field stationary tripod EAA. It was M35, the jellyfish, and the monkey head. So let's take a closer look through the telescope. I really like this pair. Yeah, I was checking Sky Safari. This is an open cluster, but it's so compact. It looked like a globular cluster, but it's definitely open. Let's check out M1, another supernova remnant. Although this one's a lot more compact. I'm assuming it's more distant than the Veil Nebula. I'm going to do a manual dither. So let's just shift it a little bit. It's crazy how much detail there is. Just the texture and geometry in there. The narrowband images in oxygen, sulfur, and hydrogen are always crazy. One of the things I've always wanted to do is to make a stroboscope to image the pulsar at the center of the crab. I always thought it'd be a cool project with the 3D printer. You can print a disc that has slits in it and then put that on a stepper motor, and the stepper motor can very accurately drive at a precise RPM when you have a microcontroller that has a crystal oscillator. So if you can extremely accurately control the RPM of a disc with slits in it, if you put that in the optical path and image through it, you can essentially make a stroboscope. And even though the pulsar blinks at 30 hertz, if you have the slits passing at 30.001 hertz, you can take long 8-second exposures through the slit, and you can essentially freeze the phase of the blink. So you can take long exposures at the high point and the low point, and you can kind of string together an animation of the pulsar strobing. It's something I've always wanted to do. The club has a Meade 16-inch LX200, and I think that'd be a perfect platform for trying it out. I could check out the Pleiades. But with the dew either on the secondary or the Coma corrector, it'll be pretty hard to see any of the nebulosity just because there'll be sort of diffuse haze around the bright stars. But I'm curious how it'll look. It'll probably be pretty pretty with a lot of blue light scattered. About what I expected. I think I'll stack it anyway. Yeah, I can make out a little bit of the actual nebulosity, or at least just the texture of it, sort of the wisps, that striation, but most of it's all fake from the dew on either the secondary or the Coma corrector. Just makes it hazy. I wonder if I can frame, was it the Hades cluster? There's some pretty good mix of yellow and blue stars in there. Get some different color haze going on the stars. Let's get Aldebaran in there. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It puts a smile on my face though, it's fun. That looks like a satellite coming through. This could be pretty nice with all the different star colors. I forget the name of this. The very large open cluster around Perseus, but it's fantastic in binoculars. See if we can get a bunch of different haze colors from all the variety of star colors in the area. It looks like only the blue ones are bright enough. There we go. Some different color hazes playing together. I bet Albireo would look nice. See if we can get Algol. I'm not sure if the stars nearby are bright enough to show haze along with it.
Hey there, Corey.
Hey, how's it going? So, joined
Going
on
good.
the Discord. I had the other Discord is from the local astronomy club, and it's kind of regulated and controlled. But it'd be fun to have a bunch of EAAers on this one.
Yeah, that's why I made it. So I kind of offered it up as a backup to the guys on cloudynights.com because they have audio issues sometimes. But they haven't really used it much yet, but it's here.
Nice. Do the admins there have their own communication system?
Yeah, there's a
talking and
built-in
chatting?
one, but that's right. There's a built-in one, but it's having issues because it's Flash-based. And so I set this up and they can use it, but they're working on getting something integrated with Discord.
Cool.
Which is fine. But
Yeah, I've been having trouble getting my club on board with Discord. Like they do the meetings through Zoom, and there's good participation through there. But I think Discord is just different enough that some people try it once and don't come back, or they don't want to go through setting up yet another account for some other thing. But I love Discord. Yeah. It's great for keeping in touch with friends, playing games with. My brother lives across the country, and we hang out and chat on Discord all the time.
Yep, I used to use TeamSpeak. This is very similar.
Oh yeah.
So I had to mute because I have on YouTube. Since you're broadcasting on YouTube, I have it on my
double echo with the delay.
Yeah, so I muted the YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a Lagrange 2 Discord channel, and so yeah, anyone that's broadcasting EAA, they can go on here. That includes, I think, who was it? Jim? Mike. It was Mike. I forget exactly what I made for the broadcaster permissions, but there were some extra things that it seemed useful at the time. It's been a little while. I don't remember exactly, but
yeah. The amount of control it lets you get into with all the different roles and permissions is pretty useful. You know, our club has different roles. I think the way that we did it is the joining role, the generic unassigned role. You just see like the general tab, and then you get vetted and you get a membership role, and that gets access to all the other stuff.
Neat.
But it'd be nice just to have a public entry without having to vet and verify. I think the adoption rate might have been a little higher. But I really got to work on a dew heater for my scope.
I was going to say, you might want to go out there with a blow dryer.
Yeah. I might wrap it up pretty soon.
Right,
but
right.
It's a novel for one very occasional usage, but it'd be nice if it wasn't happening. Hopefully it's just the filter, because I don't usually use the filters, but I am today, and it's just a very thin piece of glass, so it'll cool down pretty quickly.
Right. Yeah, I was on the chat. I mentioned I was in someone else was broadcasting as well. I don't know if you've ever been to his channel, but there's a couple guys that broadcast astronomy, but they don't do stacking. They don't do EAA. And in the past, I've tried to convince them, but I don't know. For some reason, they just haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, it's tricky to explain to people. Like, yeah, it's a weird middle ground.
Yeah, no kidding. It's something we've been struggling with for years. So,
and it's always challenging in the forums where it's shared sort of visual and EAA, and trying to explain, it's very immediate, but then people see like the 4-minute long integration, and it's like, I don't want to wait around for 4 minutes to see the thing, but it's like, you don't get it. it's there,
yeah.
Live building.
You're not waiting for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's, you're and actually when I'm using my DAW, when I used to use my DAW a lot more often, I'd find something and I wouldn't let that thing go for a while.
Yeah.
Like, I found it, and so I'm looking at
Observe it. It takes a while. The longer you look, the more you see.
And there's even one fellow that he'd do sketches with EAA.
Huh.
So, I mean, what are you going to tell him? So, anyway, yeah, I did my time as a moderator there, right? You know who I am, right?
Yeah, relativist.
Yeah. So that thread where you posted the announcements, that's my thread.
Nice.
So
it's handy. I never saw the Night Skies network. I sort of only joined recently in the past 2 or 3 years, and straight to YouTube. But it looked like a fun crowd.
Yeah, those guys are they're really good at it too. It's just some technical issues there going on there.
Yeah.
To the that flash thing. So
yeah. I like the
fix it.
Universal access of YouTube is pretty nice. Although you have to kind of jump through hoops with making a sort of parallel voice chat through Discord or a Zoom or something. It doesn't have the
Right. That's right. That's one thing. I think the other thing is I guess when Cloudy Nights years ago, when there was an issue with it and it was down, a lot of guys started going on YouTube, but at the time YouTube had that Hangouts integration, And so you could just get on Hangouts, and you didn't have to install anything. There's no OBS or none of that stuff was required. So you can just go on there, and that's been depreciated. It's basically gone.
Yeah.
So
Google tends to try things and end things.
Yeah. So, but now I think there's once Restream.io has a way of doing that as well. Like, and that's one thing I was thinking of doing is starting to broadcast through Restream to a few different platforms.
Yeah, I think I've seen there's a guy in Lithuania, Sai1Mas on Cloudy Nights. S1Mas. He has a YouTube channel. He's changed the names a couple times, but it's like Cosmos Live or Sitting with the Cosmos. But he has a RASA and a roll-off roof observatory, and he frequently live streams on YouTube. It's nice because he's 4 or 5 hours ahead in time zone, so around like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, he's already streaming, and it's like a preview of what we'll get to see tonight. But he's very active. He does planetary, solar, lunar, EAA live stacking.
Right. Have you ever? I'm just curious. Have you ever seen any videos from this YouTuber that he kind of goes through and like shows the way that objects look through the eye through a telescope, like smudges. Like he actually he went through
like he'll edit a picture to represent.
Yeah, and he went
eyes on the sky. I think.
I don't remember
something like that.
I just found him like a few months ago, but I was gonna try to reach out to him and kind of show him the EAA stuff and see what he thought, because I mean, yeah, that's right. I mean, what he was showing. So you've seen that?
I think so.
Yeah. So I don't know. I joined his channel, but I kind of lost. I have so many. I lost track.
Yeah,
but,
same.
But I thought that was a great example of what the difference would be. Maybe doing it like a side by side slides, but yeah, I saw earlier I was actually putting my daughter to sleep, and she was out here sitting next to me. And don't feel bad, because she's done that to other guys, like on Night Skies Network. She like passes out while I'm watching. So, but I saw your presentation. That was pretty neat with the 3D printer.
Oh, the Onstep.
Yeah.
It is really handy. It is what enabled me to do the telescope-based EAA. I don't think because it was sort of an exploratory thing. I don't think I would have been able to lay down the dough for a tracking mount to just try this. So having that low-cost option really enabled me. And now the floodgates are open, and I'm absolutely hooked. Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, actually, I when I was seeing that, I was remembering when I think it was 7 years ago now, when I built my 3D printer. It's a Delta printer, actually.
Nice.
So it has 3 motors that it controls. And so when you were talking about Alt-Az, I was also thinking about, well, you could actually add a third rotator.
You can, right? And it's built into Onstep. That's you can add a rotator and 2 focusers, and it'll coordinate the rotator with the alt-azimuth coordinate, which is awesome. You just have to either find one or build one. The mechanics of making a rotator are pretty tricky. Although there's a really great thread, I think in the ATM section, where a guy 3D printed one, and it rides on a Coma corrector. It uses the barrel of the Coma corrector as the bearing surface so that it's nice and concentric and smooth. It was a really clever plan that he had.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, because that's one of the things with my I mean, I have the same 12-inch f4, right? And so I want to get it on Alt-Az instead of putting it on the CGEM. And I don't know. I I kind of would like to have the rotator just to make it so that if I did want to do something longer.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, I really with the A7S, my exposures are almost always under 3 seconds.
3?
Yeah,
Nice.
because I just up the ISO and I don't care about the noise. I just let it stack away.
Yeah. Today I was playing around with just cranking this to max gain, and I was surprised at what it was doing. So this is just 1 second exposures, fully max gain. And even with like the display stretch, that's a little aggressive there. But as far as like an approximation of a real-time visual eyepiece where you can pan around and shift the scope.
Was this the 294 or the 533?
This is a 294.
Oh, okay. It
has I think on a short exposure basis, the two are very similar because the 294 has larger pixels, but it also has a slightly higher read noise, and the two kind of negate each other when compared against the 533. But the 294 will start to pull ahead when you're considering the longer integration because those larger pixels collect more photons. But for short exposure immediacy, they're about the same. Oop, there goes a satellite. But I'd really want to try and work it into outreach somehow. I think it'd be really fun to have, maybe bin to full gain, just rolling exposures, and then give kids a joystick and let them just drive it around and pan around. It'd be fun. Have like a screen, build like a fake arcade cabinet looking thing with a screen and a joystick. They could drive it around.
Oh yeah, that'd be kind of neat.
All right, so this is before I started streaming today. I went through and did a whole new fresh set of calibration frames. So I actually have the right calibration frames for bin 2 now. So do you currently use the 12-inch f4 on a CGEM?
No, actually, I'm mostly using I have a 6-inch f4.
Nice.
And it's on a the one-arm bandits, the Lestron Nexstar SE.
Nice.
And I was trying to use the batteries.
Is it I'm not too familiar with the SEs. Are there different sizes for the 6 and 8-inch?
Yeah. There's one for the 5 and I think 5 and 4 or 5 and 6. I'm not sure. And then there's the bigger one. So I have both the smaller one and the bigger one. Mm-hmm. The smaller one I have a 4-inch f4.
Nice.
And with the 294 camera, kind of like what you were showing earlier. But that one I gave off to where I did my master's at college. One of my former fellow students, he still works there, and he was doing like star parties there at the college, So I was telling him about EAA, and I took that that kit over to him so he could like use it. So it's still there, but that's that. So I have that one, and then I use the bigger one with the 6-inch f4, and that one works. It's it clears basically the 6-inch f4 is small enough. It clears the arm.
Perfect.
It can look straight up. Yeah, it works great, and and that has a built-in wedge, but I never use that. And so I have one C-gem. I have a 8-inch f4 and a 12-inch f4 and a 10-inch f5 Dob. So basically, just all reflectors.
Yeah, I love Newtonians. They're so simple.
Yeah, and I have a one star sense, and
Nice.
that's what I use with the C-gem.
That looks
But I'm
really cool.
Oh yeah, that's neat.
Then
It looks like there's nebulosity where.
yeah, I think this is the Flaming Star Nebula in Auriga, but there's a little bit of blue reflection surrounded by red emission. For the longest time, I couldn't get my Onstep'ed mount to connect to SharpCap. It just wouldn't talk. It would just crash SharpCap. But the newest Onstep'ed driver, it works. But I've been really wanting to make like an approximation of the star sense and have like a self-start routine where the mount would sort of dead reckon to a couple alt-azimuth coordinates, plate solve, and then use that as an alignment point. But I only recently did the connection start working, so it's something I want to try and look into. And the next big SharpCap update, supposedly there'll be some sort of automation language, a visual-based automation scheme. So that might make it easy enough for me to try to like, move mount alt as this place, plate solve, and then send a serial command to the driver to step through the alignment points. Because for outreach, it'd be so great just to be able to plop it down and, one button go to do the setup.
That's right. That was actually the reason. Like I was holding off on doing AA2, and the reason I jumped in is, I mean, at the time when I jumped in, it was we didn't have these cameras. It was still the old Malin cams, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it was the mount. Like I didn't want to sit there and align the mount for half an hour or something.
Yeah.
So when the StarSense came out and it was actually working after the bugs were worked out, that's when I got the C-gem with the StarSense. And I got one of those Malin Extremes, which was great. At the time it would line up. So it was almost like my Dob. I plopped it down. I did a rough polar line, right, and then let it do its thing. And so, while it was lining up, I would go and keep setting up and be ready to go. That's yeah. It helps a lot having it figure out that where it is and where to look. So I'm gonna send you a link on Discord.
Sure. I think I might wrap up the YouTube live stream, but I can hang around on Discord.
Sure.
Well, thanks for anyone who's tuning in on YouTube. Have a good night.